Good evening, everyone. Just realised my volume's too loud. There we go, it's a bit better. How are we all? Yeah, apologies for the delay. I had a phone call from my mum. We cannot ignore our mothers. And hello, Mum, if you're watching. Right, we're running late, so let's do the usual and have a look at what I've been up to. In fact, let me open Unreal. My computer also decided to restart itself, which is always fun. Let's go down to Mini-Me. So tonight we're going to be doing more modelling work. I have a number of floor and wall panels that need to be put together. I know that's a little bit repetitive, but it all needs doing. I've also updated Unreal to 5.5.4, so we'll see if that caused any dramas. We're getting there, Sardor. I did some more CDEC last night. Come on, Unreal. Is this where it wants to recompile every single shader? Another thing I did yesterday actually is I added the like the beginnings of the RCS quads. So that's kind of how they're going to look. Obviously they're going to have nozzles and things like this all over them, but yeah, they kind of look a bit like that. And then we'll have the white hull plating around them, obviously. I also cut through some of the sections on the grey boxing side of things. So we've got the space now for the park area. I haven't cut the windows yet, but I've added the platform that'll go around the top. So this will be just like a walkway that goes around the top here to the upper floor. There'll be windows here to the medical facility and also down below. I'm probably going to make the mall area here a little bit narrower. I think I've probably kind of gone overkill on how wide this is, which means that some of these rooms can be bigger. Like the cinema is quite small at the moment. We can probably come in a good few more meters there, because this doesn't need to be a huge space really on such a small ship. Might even be able to bring this entrance back slightly as well, just to make the park area slightly bigger. If you look in the video description, Kaji, there's a link, or at least the name of Lofi Geek. That's the YouTube channel I stream for the music. Yeah, exactly, Delta. Yeah, so this is the upper floor of Medbay. There will be mostly a ward up the top here, and then down the bottom we'll probably have the chief medical officer's office, and various ancillary rooms like the therapist's room, the dentist's room, that sort of thing. And then up here we'll have an operating theatre and ward. Yeah, so I've done that. I also filled in the hole in the floor here, so the stairwell that's going to go down from C deck is starting to be less bodged. And I'll start to fill those bits in. I probably won't get a lot of this done for the demo updates. I really need to focus on more of the interior of the ship for that. But as you can see here, I have done the floor panels all the way around, and also for the straight bits as well. So that's all done. I started modeling edge pieces here, some more just plain wall panels here. I've just put question marks for now for all the panel labels, just for the sake of speed, and then I can task Claire with going through and just renaming all them properly. Saves me doing it. Yeah, so tonight's job is going to be doing more of these corner pieces where they're needed, doing all the floor panels where they're needed, and then just finishing off things like the bulkhead doors and that sort of thing. Basically, the limit of how far I'm going with this for the demo update is probably just going to be this outer corridor ring. Like a lot of these panels here are the exact same panel that goes here, so that's literally just a copy-paste job. I need to add the snapping guide on here so I can put them in. Things like these corner pieces are pretty standard, so they can just be put in. So I imagine what we'll see is probably this corridor here done, up to the stairwell here. And again, I've planned it in such a way, I don't know whether you can tell, but that is a mirror of that, which means that all of the pieces, be it floor or wall panel or ceiling, that I make for this section here, can be copy pasted to this section here. They are the exact same dimensions, so we can do that. This is all just, again, a copy paste of the straight panels, so these straight panels here will fit these holes, as will that door frame fit this hole. So again, that's all pretty standard, not a lot of extra work needed for that. Again, that's the probe facility. Someone was asking on Discord if the probe facility is staying in the same place, and yes it is, which is here. So it's probably a bit bigger than it needs to be, so we'll see how we go with this. But the idea here is that we'll have 1 or 2 landing pads for probes, and they're basically drones. I mean, we're calling them probes, but they're drones essentially. And this will be an airlock, and then we'll have a manufacturing area for making new drones / probes. And then I don't know if anyone ever played the game Banished or games of its ilk, but you have like caches where you put raw materials and things, and then little NPCs that they come along and grab things from the cache and take it to where it's needed, like stores. I'm going to use a similar approach from here. So like when the probe arrives, you obviously take out whatever's in it. And if that's being handled by NPCs, they will place that object in like a cache area, which will probably look like a bunch of shelves essentially. And the NPCs that move things around the ship, the deck crew basically, they will have awareness of things that are waiting on these shelves that need to go somewhere else. So if you get a geology sample come in through the probe bay there, that geology sample is then placed on a shelf, and then one of the deck crew will pick up that geology sample and then take it off to the geology lab, which will be one of these rooms around here. So we'll use that same kind of Banished style system where you have caches, that's where things are stored, and then the NPCs come and get those things from those caches as needed. Right. The other thing, let's just turn off a bunch of layers a minute. Let's get rid of all the ceilings. We don't need B-deck at all. Get rid of that one. Get rid of those ones. Get rid of that. Get rid of that one, and that one. one, that one, that one, and that one. And then all the rest of these can go. Right, and that leaves us with this outer hull. So what I've been doing to flesh these decks out is I've basically just been using the snap guides and the new bits of geometry that I've been making. And I'm finding this is a much quicker way of fleshing the ship out. So I'm able to, like with these sections here, because they're basically copy pasted, I can grab the whole lot at once and then pop it onto the snapping guide over here and then copy paste it vertically as well. So we're essentially working on 3 decks all at once, which really helps speed things up. The only caveat to that is that depending on the angle, you see here that we've got 5 panels across this bit, but 6 panels across this bit. So there are sections where we have a different sized layout. That's also true for the floor as well. So we've got 6 floor panels here and 5 here, so those ones are bigger. So we just need to make the different variations of panel size wherever they are needed. So looking at what we've got here, the next thing we need to do really is to take our snapping guides and do ring 2, really the next ring around, and then we can do the floor panels for that ring. And then start putting in all the corner pieces and all the little fiddly bits. But we do also need to take a look at how we're going to handle doors and windows for the various labs. And indeed where we place doors and windows. I'm tempted to, at least for C deck, not have any doors to labs on this side and have them all on the ring 2 and ring 3 corridors. Or to be honest, ring 2 itself pretty much reaches every single lab, so that could work nicely in our favour. The only complicated one is going to be here, because this will be the astrometry lab at the front, and that's going to span 2 decks. So we're losing crew quarters on D deck because that's basically the bottom of the astrometry lab, and it's going to have a big hollow display in the center, so we need to make sure that we have doors either side and a gantry around it and all that stuff. So that's just requires a bit of forward thinking to work out what style and number of paneling we're going to need. Yeah, demo update soon. Again, everything I'm doing now is for the demo update. If we turn on, where are we? That one. You can see that a lot of D and E deck are still just grey boxed. So ideally, I'd like to, if nothing else, at least just cover it with wall panels so that we're not seeing all the grey boxing. I know I have time, I'll also convert this to proper framework, but I probably won't have time for that. Oh, actually, that's another thing that's worth pointing out. I've changed the rotation of the corridors. If I turn off C deck a minute. So it used to be the case that the D deck and E deck inner ring had a straight run all the way through to the outside there. Which worked when the joining corridor was over here, but not so much here, because it kind of breaks some of the view distance hard limits that we put into the game. We need to put a hard cap on how far things can be seen for performance reasons. So having that straight corridor all the way through created what was a really, really long view distance. So what I've done is I've rotated ring 2 section by 45 degrees, so that the corridors now work this way. And to be honest, I prefer it that way because it means we have a corridor immediately adjacent the stairwell, which just tends to work a little bit better in terms of just foot traffic. But yeah, so it's a small change, but it does make the stairwell area make a bit more sense, which is nice. It just means that if you are coming down the main stairwell there and you want to go forward or aft, you do have to kind of zigzag your way a little bit, but it's probably more efficient to go around that way, around the ring road. Will there be flexibility to add things to probes? Yeah, eventually. I mean, to begin with, they are basically how you're going to get samples onto the ship remotely. Yes, it would be interesting if in the future we can weaponize them in some way, but we're talking, probably post early access before we look at anything like that. Raven, yes, I myself also tried doing this about 20 years ago. I started off with the Quake engine back in the day, and I tried to model the Enterprise D using some blueprints that I'd had, and I soon ran into size limitations with the old Quake engine, and the technology just wasn't there back then. Neither the hardware nor the software available could cope with something as complex as a Starship. So we're living in a happy time when these sort of things are possible. Yeah, the corridor thing is based on performance, so having all the corridors aligned creates a very long view distance all the way down here, which means that for things like props we have to increase the view distance on every prop, because if someone's carrying something over here you need to be able to see it. So we're very carefully managing those view distances to make sure that like here for example, we don't want things to be visible too far. The further the view distance, the more you have to render, basically. So we're putting in some artificial limits. So whilst yes, it was probably more efficient to have a straight corridor all the way through, not so much for a game engine. These ones here, Firstus, these are not individual crew quarters. Each crew quarters is 4 of those. So I put these in just to kind of measure the space a little bit. So you've got those 2 sections there are the lounge / dining room / living space, which then takes you through to the bedroom area here, and then the bathroom area here. So there'll be a door here to go into the bathroom, and obviously a door there to go into the living space, and then a door here to get out into the corridor. So that is actually 6 crew quarters there. So there should be approximately 100 crew quarters per deck. We also have some space here for a couple of others. You probably fit 2 crew quarters into that space there, and another 2 here. So let's say we had 4 crew quarters here, then that's another 8 crew quarters in total across 2 decks. And of course, add the other side, that's an extra 16 crew quarters across 2 decks. Yeah, so there's a lot of crew quarters, basically. Some of this layout's going to have to change ever so slightly, because if I load E deck, which is arguably a better layout, Let me get rid of D deck a minute, go back to E deck. So the difference here on E deck is you don't have that corridor going along there that we had on D deck. Hang on, if I quickly flash D deck a sec, you'll see what I mean. So see where you've got the corridor going through here. Oops, wrong one. So that's not there on E deck. And the reason I had to take that out is to make room for coming up the stairs here from engineering, to fit in the fuel tanks, and to make room for the firing range in the internal security offices, the security offices basically. And this is also the path back to the engine pylons where all the stairs and hardware go up to the engines. So I wanted to make a dedicated engineering space behind all of the habitable area of the ship, so that the engineering crew can get to all the hardware without having to pass through any like general crew areas, which also means that general crew can't get access to any of the hardware on the ship without going through, you know, engineering proper. It's slightly different on this side, so again we're going to need stairs up here as well, and again we've got fuel tanks for the RCS here. Again, fuel tanks, hardware, and I've measured this space exactly so that with wall thicknesses taken into account, there's enough room to have an upper gantry around the hardware and stairs going down on the other side. So this is all going to be 2 decks tall, and you'll have a gantry and some stairs here where you can traverse those 2 decks. And the upper section will probably just wrap around the tanks and stop. And then we'll have docking ports either side here. This layout makes more sense, and again, if we compare that to the layout that we had previously, so that's the D-deck layout, I try to have a rule where wherever you have an end of a corridor, I wanted to put a wall screen. So these wall screens here with the map on them, wherever you have a wall facing you, I wanted to put a "you are here" map. So as you're going around the ship, you have, you know, a choice of directions. So that choice of directions is married with a map, so that you can always use that map to decide which way to go. It just seemed a nice way of doing it. Which works fine here, and it works fine here. But if we have a situation like coming out of here, so I turn off D-deck, we can do it here, but it kind of breaks the rule here a little bit, so there's nowhere to put the map. That's a minor thing really, but it was just something that was bothering me. So on D-deck I tried to have a different layout like this, but ultimately it's eating into the space that we need for other things, so I'm just going to have to suck it up and stick with this layout. Yeah, I think we'll use wall panels for any coloured lines, and we'll have either coloured sections or coloured decks. Eventually you'll be able to change wall panel and trim colours on a per deck basis. We just haven't got room for that yet in the customization. Weapons will be stored in the armory in the security section over here, and there'll be some on the bridge. Probably have a weapons locker in engineering as well. Yeah, potentially. I mean, the design and layout of the deck is based on the whole ring road idea. So you've got what can be classed as the town city centre here. So you've got all the stuff you would expect to find in a town centre: cinema, bar, bowling alley, gym, restaurant, hospital. All of that is all here. You've got the living space in the middle here, which is where all the crew quarters are, and that's surrounded by a double width ring road. just to make access easy around to everything. And at the rear of the ship, you've got more of the industrial side of things, not including the internal security offices, but you've got like the cargo holds underneath the shuttle bay. You'll have things like the laundrette, the 3D printers, all that sort of stuff are all going to be at the back of the ship. So you've got that logical separation between different things, but they are all connected by what should be a wide, easily traversable space. And then when it comes to sickbay, we've got the extra slightly wobbly access into the rear of sickbay, so you're not having to take sick crew members through what would be essentially a mall. Yeah, no worries. It's good to go over the layout and why we're putting things where we are. Yes, you will have per room lighting solutions. So each room will have a lighting control panel, and you'll be able to do something like disco mode in a given room rather than ship wide. Yeah, so this is the latest iteration of the E deck layout, which essentially is also the D deck layout. But yeah, as you can see, there are various bits of D deck which I need to delete and replace with the E deck version, because the E deck version just works better, really across the board, and gives us a few more extra space, for rooms and other just ancillary rooms for things like admin offices and whatever else we've forgotten. Someone mentioned in a stream a few months back that the ship lacks a chapel, and again, I said at the time that being a non-religious person, it didn't even occur to me to include a chapel on the ship, but people want one, so we'll have one. Yeah, decks wise, that's going to be in a flux a little bit, because when we do the keel fin underneath, obviously we've got F and G which take up a lot of that, but we're also going to have at least H, I and J, because we've got the the refinery area. So the mining ship was going to live in the shuttle bay, and the idea was you would just take the mining vessel out and go mine some asteroids, and I was going to have some hardware there for extracting the raw materials. But now that we've got a keel fin, it makes much more sense to have all that in the keel fin. So the mining vessel will have its own little docking port down here somewhere, and all the refinery hardware will be in the same room, and that's where we refine all the raw materials for the 3D printers. And also underneath that, we need the fuel gathering hardware. So you've got the fuel scoop, the storage tanks, the gas separation hardware, and all that stuff. That all needs to go underneath. H and I decks are going to both be double height, and then under that there's just going to be gantries leading down to the ring. Ah yes, thank you, Ian. Hey Devin, good to see you. Yeah, Mr. Seeker and Paul. Yeah, just like a multi-faith quiet space. It doesn't need to be aimed at any one particular religion. Just a quiet room, just a room of contemplation, as it were. Yeah, so engineering really is F deck and down. So we're talking F deck itself is more batteries and engineering administration. The bulk of F deck really is just battery rooms, and then the upper floor of some of the other spaces. The engineering control room is predominantly on F deck, but it will also reach down to G deck. It's going to be a dual height room. G deck is mostly double height rooms, but it will also include the workshop. Yeah, so I guess F and G decks are predominantly aimed around the generation of power and storage of power, along with recycling raw materials like water, air recycling, that sort of thing. And then below those two decks, you've got more raw material management. So you've got the mining and refinery room and the gas harvesting room. So yeah, it kind of goes power generation, reclamation, refinery, and then gas harvesting, and then below that it's just capacitor banks. So engineering stretches F all the way down. To be honest, like half the ship is dedicated to engineering spaces, but I suppose that's what that's realistic, because what is a starship if not a collection of engineering solutions with some crew quarters in the middle somewhere? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's nice actually, because like around here, the layout of the corridor is being driven by the need for storage tanks. So the engineering of the ship is driving where the corridors need to go, and again, that's kind of as it should be. Like the corridors should wrap around the engineering spaces, not the other way around. Right, so let's get that and that turned back on. Get that one turned off. Right, so this is back to where we're at. Save that a minute. Right, so apologies for blinding anyone. It's SketchUp time. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So this is our C deck layout with all the templates that we've made for that. So I think the next thing we need really is these guys here. So if we get those done next. I think I did start adding the... Yeah, I did over here. So I made some templates for lining up the bolt holes. So they should be in the same place relative to one another on every single floor panel, based on this template. So with that in mind, if we take these ones, because those are a duplicate of one another, let's copy them up there a little bit and then move them to that layer. If we then explode these, we can just pick out the bits we need. So we need those, don't need any of that. Then we need that one. Of course, it's going to be overlaid with the other one because we're duplicating each side. So we just do that. Get rid of those bits. That's that one. And then the same on this side. Just get rid of those bits. That bit. And that bit. And that bit. Right, that gives us our cutouts. And then we can plonk them down where they're needed. Let's make sure it's recognized that. Good. All right, and then to make our floor panel, actually I'll make it over here so it's with all the other ones I made. copy that up, remove it from that layer, make a group containing both, explode them. Now I can edit this without affecting that. And then we just need to remove some of the bits that we don't need. Although I have just noticed, actually before I do that, we've got like a misalignment there of the edge of the floor panel. So I've gone through a couple of iterations on how wide the floor panels are, and that's kind of like the old version. So I'll just fix that real quick. Oh, thank you, Delta. Yeah. Yes, Oninoni, I'll be paneling Ring 2. As Claire said, it will be basically whatever is panelled in the current demo will be panelled in the new demo. Because what we don't want is for the game to go backwards. We don't want any, any backward steps. I mean, it's not going backwards, of course, but we don't want it to look like it's going backwards. Okay, so that goes there, which means we don't need that, or that, or that. Yeah, so these floor templates have various different template pieces on them. So I can use the same template to do the framework walls, to do the paneling for the walls, for the floors. So that the same template has everything on it for me to build any aspect I need for this corridor section, which makes life a lot easier. Takes a little bit of setup in the first instance, but it's well worth it. It also helps keep everything consistently scaled. And one of the huge time savers is making sure everything is exactly the same size, because when you're obviously building a ship of this size, you want to be able to reuse as much of the geometry as you can. So like having every single bulkhead the exact same size with the exact same corridor pieces means that wherever there's a bulkhead, we can copy the same geometry without having to remake anything. All in the name of efficiency. Right, now in order to turn this into a floor panel, just need to remove some of these bits that are not needed. Maybe not that bit. And then just remove those pieces, and we can delete all that. And do the same on this side. Get rid of these bits. Same again, delete them, which allows us to delete that. Right, and this is the basic layout for the floor panel. So it's going to be basically a crossroads in this instance. So we just need to do the same again, where we just delete all the bits that we don't need. So all these little extra bits are course a result of the fact this is a multi-use template, so we just get rid of the bits that are not relevant to what we're doing right now. Right, there we go. Oh no, missed one. Right, okay, it's looking a bit more like a floor panel now. So that bit is obviously separate to these bits, so if we take those, importantly, missing out the holes, just copy them up, make them into a group, and we just copy that bit up, make that into a group, and we can select the whole thing, make it the same color, run a fix on it, which removes all the extra bits, extrude it a little bit, that makes our base. So that's the rubber backing to the floor panel that stops it vibrating. We then have the middle bit. We extrude that on a little bit thicker. Okay, then we can round off the edges. I always set my reference for smoothed edges to around about 30 degrees. Right, so that one's done, so that just now needs to drop into place down there. Okay, then we do this one, so same again, just extrude them to the required height. Remove the unnecessary geometry underneath. Lose the camera. And then we'll soften those ones as well. And because I left the base off of that, it automatically did the inner edge of that as well. Bit of stray geometry on this one. Alright, so what went on there? There's something it wasn't happy with. Yeah, something there it doesn't like. So it's probably two vertices which are, yeah, that's what it was. We had two vertices which are basically overlapping. So that just fixes that. I'll just check the other ones because there's every chance they're the same. Vertex tools as a plugin, by the way, highly recommended. Just, you know, the ability to merge vertices based on distance is not something that SketchUp does by default. So just, you know, having that additional tool is very, very handy. Yep. 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 And yep. All good. Okay. Yeah, I have actually done that in Blender before. I used to use Blender as like an intermediary step because Unreal Engine never used to do things like face weighting. So I needed to use Blender as a middleman to make meshes kind of game ready, because SketchUp does really poor UVs, if we're honest. It's not great for UV mapping at all, and it doesn't do anything with face weighting at all. So Blender was definitely required as an intermediary step, but all of that you can now do in Unreal Engine directly. So it's just a case of export the base geometry and then do the rest in Unreal. Nice and simple. Right, so I'm just going to make a guide for the origin point. So we just need to make sure that we make ourselves a little template there. Group that up with that. So again, with SketchUp, if you have what is a component within a group, then the origin point for that mesh is where you put the origin point within the group, which means I can now export this with that as its origin point rather than like the world origin point over there. Which means I can make meshes in place and export them in place without having to move them over here. Because like you can see, there's a bunch of just junk hanging around at the world origin, because I used to have to move things over here to export them before I learned that little trick of being able to do it from over here. So I can just leave things where they are, which is useful from a planning perspective. Right, now all these meshes, you see that the box around them is at a 45-degree angle to the axis direction. So what we need to do first, if we just set the axes where we want them to be, like so, just apply that. And now let's just make sure that that's a group. And then if we explode that and regroup it, you can see it's now aligned properly. And the same with this one. Explode, regroup, and now they're all aligned. So when we look at this object, it's now properly enclosed within its bounding box. And then the last thing is just to move it down into the right position. Down there. And then we'll add some bolts to it. So we need C-deck floors, and then we'll borrow one of these bolts. Yeah, absolutely, Greg. It annoys me no end when I click on something and like the bounding box is at a 45-degree angle to the object. Very annoying. Right, so I tend to put the bolts on the same layer as the geometry for where the bolt is going, because then if I need to, for any reason, so if I was to do that, I can now move that bolt hole anywhere I want on this face, and having the bolt itself on that same bit of geometry means that I can just grab the whole thing and then move the whole thing around. Again, efficiency and time saving. It's something I've been forced to pay attention to lately. And then when placing these bolts in their recess, I'm trying to do it in a kind of haphazard way. So I like stick it on there like that, and then just align that up so that this bolt is probably now a different angle to this bolt, so that all the bolts aren't all facing the same way. Yeah, see, that one's slightly at an angle, whereas that one is straight, because it's just more realistic that way. Oops, got that wrong. Yeah, you gotta have an eye for the detail. It's the little things that make a difference. At least I keep telling myself that. Why isn't this one lining up? Okay, grab an edge, plonk it on there. If it's Z fighting, you know it's lined up properly. Or Z fighting for our US friends. Okay, bolt, bolt. Ah, no bolt. So in many ways, these bolts are temporary because they will eventually be actual physical interactive objects that you can unscrew. With all of the ship's hardware being hidden behind walls and under floors, all of this stuff needs to be like removable and undoable. People will soon learn to hate these X pieces because you've got to do like twice as many bolts to get the floor panel up. Yeah, definitely. I may have a little bit of the OCDs. I like to call it perfectionism, but it's probably just OCD. Right, there we go, done. So that is ring 2 X. So floor panels, ring 2 F deck floor X. Doesn't need to be any more descriptive than that, really. And then we'll have the T version of that there. Might have been able to save myself a little bit of time by copying some of that over, but I think we're good. Right, and now we need to bring in this end. So, actually, we need to bring in the snap guide as well. So, hang on, let me just check the layout on C deck. Yeah, so we do have the X there. Something that I'm tempting to do, and won't do anytime soon, but maybe at some point, is to make the main circle that goes through all the science labs wider. So you've got the joining corridors here, which are the standard width, but like with D&E deck with the ring roads, making like a mini ring road around the middle of C deck. That is kind of like the main thoroughfare where all the science labs are going to be. So it kind of makes sense for that to be a little bit wider and, you know, easier to wheel a trolley down without running people over, you know, that sort of thing. We've got more than enough room for it with the size of the rooms that we've got. So in case anyone was wondering, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 science labs there. The 5th science lab is the double deck astrometry lab there. So that's 5. Then we've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there are 13 labs on C deck, and we've got ideas for about 10 of them. So we've actually got more rooms than we need for the science labs that we're planning. And size-wise, they're quite big, but I think we can use quite a bit of this space for storage. With the samples being physicalized in the game, you know, each rock sample is going to be a physical rock that you actually carry around. So we're going to need lots of shelving space and storage in the labs. So I'd say probably 50-50 actual research tools and then storage. Obviously one of these is going to be Claire's oceanography lab, which will be filled with fish tanks. Well, if we're talking like hydroponics, that's going to be down on E deck. So it'll be vertical farming. Hang on, let me just turn on E deck. It's easier to show you than to try and explain it. So this room here will be the hydroponics bay, so it's quite big, 2 decks tall. So if you imagine lots of vertical farming towers in this room, that's essentially where everything's going to be grown. Yes, in the grand scheme of things, that's way too small for a ship this size, but we're just going to have to hand wave that a little bit. There will be, it's going to join the park, not in any practical sense, but in a visual sense. So all the vertical farming and everything that's going on here is going to overflow a little bit into the park area. Like we'll probably have like a chicken coop or something over here, and just we'll just have the operations of that overflow into the park. Basically, we'll try and extend the park that way. Although we might swap sides for some of that, because someone quite rightly pointed out that if this is sickbay and that's a cinema, then we're potentially looking at some noise pollution through the walls. I mean, they're going to be well insulated, but there could very well be noise pollution. So if we were to either move the cinema over there and put the gym here instead, that might just mitigate that a little bit. Then you've got the farm next to the cinema instead, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to doing the nose section. Oh, there's definitely going to be a water feature in the middle. Because the idea is that in the center of the park, we'll do some kind of a water feature, and I'd like a holographic dedication plaque above the water feature, and that's where we're going to put all the Admiral backers. So if you're an Admiral level backer, your name will be on that list, you know, in the game on the hollow little plaque thing, and we'll just have it scrolling permanently. Yeah, I've actually got a hemp plant asset that just came in one of these like flower packs, and I'm going to just maybe hide a hemp plant in the back there somewhere. Like there's a crew member on the ship that snuck one in the back of a flower bed. That'd be quite funny. Right, so we need one of them. So we want ring to X. Let's just grab the location of that a minute so that we can get to it from here. And then we want C deck snap guide, so I'll get that on there. And ring to X, drag that in, pop it into position. I think that was -650. Yeah. Well remembered me. We don't necessarily need to use a different snap guide for there because the origin point is going to be in the same place anyway, so we'll just copy that around. Hang on, let's do that with locking turned on. One there, 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 and there. Right, now that we've got that, we can copy across that and just snap it into place. And then we'll replace the mesh with a new one. So we just import that. So we want into floor panels and import thing. If we got in the right folder. Into floor panels. That was that one. So we need to, and this is one of the important things actually with having the bounding box the right way around, is if we just do a box collision around it, if the bounding box was 45 degrees, then the collision would come out 45 degrees. So it just helps keep the collisions efficient. Right, so we need corridor rubber. And that's carpet primary. And that one would be carpet secondary. And then that one would be steel shiny for our bolts. And then, because of our nanite accuracy issues, we just need to make sure we set that to 0.03 centimeters. Just makes that a bit cleaner around the bolt head. There's a weird gap there. Where is that coming from? Could be the result of some dodgy normals. Let's just have a look. Set up our anchor point. Right, and if we just change this to ring to X, just just realised that I've called that F deck and it should be C deck. Okay, we've still got that weird line there, so I need to work out what's causing that. Let me just sort out the normals and we'll see whether it's something to do with the normal direction. Yeah. Yes, no, no. Why have we got a line? Is it that? No, because it's going that way, so it's there. I'm just going to make sure we don't have any dodgy vertices or anything else going on with it. We have an unnecessary face underneath. Right, let's try that again. Oh yeah, I need to rename that file to cdeck. It's better than it was. I can still see a slight glitch there in the carpet, but there's no longer a hole, so it's better than it was. Let's just try doing the normals again. Still a bit of a gap there. What you doing, Nanite? So it's not something on the base mesh itself. It's a result of the tessellation. We might just have to live with that. I mean, generally speaking, people are going to be up here, but don't know. You can still see it. I'll come back to that. I think it's just something it's not happy with the tessellation is creating a gap in the geometry. I know what I could do actually. If I do a projected UV on that, that might fix it. Yeah, definitely a problem for later. Yeah, something that the tessellation does is if you have something, like you can see it a little bit on the bolt head there, where you got this line going across. So sometimes if you don't have an aligned UV, it can cause that kind of a line. And I think that's kind of what's happening here. So if we select the mesh, go back into modeling, and we do UVs, where's the UVs? literally it says UVs. So to auto UV from above. Yeah, the fact that it's not happy with that edge there definitely suggests that it's a UV issue. Hang on, let's cancel that a minute. So we want, if we do a plane projection like that, that's not helped in the slightest. Get rid of the line on there? No, not really. Alright, a future problem. I'll spend hours fiddling with that otherwise. Right, let's just make sure that we got our visibility set. Yeah. Make sure that we're actually on the right level. Yeah, so interior walls, which means we need to Control M that because it's on the wrong level. There we go. And snap. Oh yeah, that one doesn't go there. Need to make a separate one to go there. And snap. Alright. Challenge accepted. I just randomly have alcohol on my desk. Claire bought me this. It's very cool. It's a Thor's hammer bottle opener. The new tea is very nice, thank you, Oni Nani. Yeah, Smuggler's Brew from the Cornish Tea Company. Very nice tea. Right, so on D and E, I believe we want a T junction there. Yeah, so that's not a crossroads. However, we can use the same snap guide across those, so we will do exactly that. So if we go to the D-Deck snap guide, and we just grab that one, yeah, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Right, and then we just copy them down vertically. So we're on 650, so 1,000. Or was it 1,350? Yeah, that. Oh no, that's the one above. Below, even. Yeah, it was 1,000. Right, so that's the D-Deck snap guides. Actually, we don't need these opposing ones, do we? Because I moved it round. Or do we? No, we do. Okay, then we go down to eDeck, snap guides, and then we copy it down again. And that one is -1350. So the way that I am building the ship interior is I'm laying down the snapping guides, which gives me my anchor points for the wall panels and everything. And then I can just build those panels and floor pieces and just snap them straight into position. All nice and efficient like. So how many here? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, a door, 1, 2, 3. Same this side, 1, 2, 3, a door, 1, 2, 3. Unless, because I want to put some more bulkheads in, because as much as we've got the bulkheads here, here and here, we don't have any bulkheads around the central bit. I think, yeah, I added one there, so yeah, we're looking at the same layout. So it's 3, a bulkhead, then 3. So that would be a bulkhead, and then that would be a bulkhead, which means the room doors can go either side of the bulkhead. Okay. So if I do yeah, I'll do these corner posts next, actually, because now we've got the floor panel in. We'll do the walls. It's only going to be 2 meshes because they're mirrored. So let's go ahead and do those. Sorry, CSI. Not yet, Plex, no, that's on the to-do list. To be fair, I rarely ever drink. It's funny, my daughter's always joking that I'm an alcoholic because I got a shelf full of alcohol behind me. And my answer to that is, and yes, and they're all still full because I haven't touched them. But I do like a real ale every now and then. Sometimes I'm just in the mood for it. Let's turn them floors off, and then we need a template piece, which would be that one. Again, thanks to the templates, we know exactly where things need to go. So that one goes there. And we also have a corresponding one over there. Basically, Jack, as soon as is humanly possible. We've got the sci-fi convention in, I believe, 8 days now. I can't remember what day Claire said it was on. So I'm trying to get all of this floor and wall paneling done within that week, well, within the week between now and then. Once that's done, the only two things that are left to do is doing the scanning and navigation tutorial, and that involves basically just rewriting the tutorial that we've got and re-recording the audio files. Probably looking at a few days for that on top of the week doing this, and then bug fixing and polishing. The bug fixing and polishing is kind of the unknown quantity because we don't know how long that's going to take. Yeah, it's difficult to say. I always fall into the trap of putting timescales on things, and I'm never ever right. So I will just be vague and say a few weeks. There's really not very much left to do. Just gonna rotate this around to ensure that we have a perpendicular end cap on there. Drag that there, remove it from the layer, add it to that layer, and then we'll watch the magic happen. Yeah, definitely, Zephyr. We had to basically go back and redo a bunch of it. So what you see in the demo now, obviously, is lots of wall panels and framework, and then of course we've completely remodeled the ship, widened the gap between decks, and shifted to this modular layout. So because of both of those things, all of the floor and wall panels need to be redone. It's just the nature of the beast of redoing the ship the way we did. But it's future-proofing some of the stuff that's on here. I just remembered that I wanted to make that bit longer so that we can do the handrail more easily. So rather than being 4.5, I wanted to make it 5.5, and I can do the handrails without having to run into any issues. Yeah, Claire's doing herself a disservice when she says it's just me working on it, because that's really not the case. Claire does literally everything else. So, without Claire, I couldn't do what I'm doing now, doing the modeling and doing the actual game dev side of it. There's a lot more to running a game studio and making a game than just doing development work. And I think it's a pitfall that most, if not all, indie devs fall to. It's you cannot make a successful game whilst only just doing dev work. There's so much more to it, with the marketing and the engagement and the dealing with emails and just stuff that crops up when you have a studio. So yeah, it's absolutely not just me working on this. Claire is bringing as much to the table as I am, just in a very different way. I guess the easy way to to think about it is that Claire enables me to develop. Without Claire doing what she does, I couldn't do what I do. It's very nice, actually. You know, like with the Discord and dealing with fresh backers and that sort of thing. It's nice to be able to just say, speak to Claire, she'll sort that out. I can slopey shoulder that problem. But it's lovely to be able to have that ability, just to have someone who's there ready and able to deal with all of this stuff. Again, so that I can just focus on doing the thing that I love, which is building spaceships. Okay, all looks good. Yeah, Claire keeps me honest, because otherwise I'll just be making cool stuff all the time and completely forgetting about timescales and deliverables and things we need to be doing. I'm all about the shinies. Oh wow, that's yeah, that is big. To be honest, it was losing my job as a change manager for an ISP that took me into game dev. So it's being made redundant opened the door for me for doing what I love. As much as I loved being an IT manager, it was a good job, and being responsible for a global network is fun and challenging, but it wasn't what I dreamed of doing growing up. It was a job, it was a career, but it wasn't a calling. And game dev was definitely my calling in life and what I should have always have been doing had I had the opportunity at a younger age. I forgot the handrail. Yeah, so I ballsed up a bit there. So I made the that perpendicular edge. I made it 5.5 centimeters, but of course that gap needs to be 5.5, so I should have made that 6. So I've now got this situation where we have like really close vertices, like so close that the camera's clipping into them. But fortunately, we can just merge close vertices and make the problem go away. Just need to remember to make sure I leave a 6 centimeter edge there to stop that from happening again. That's another big thing about this project and doing it the way I'm doing it, is that planning is so important, because if you don't plan ahead for stuff, you just keep getting into these situations where you've suddenly made life really difficult for yourself. I mean, that was an easy one to fix, but things like that, when you don't leave enough room for something, or something doesn't line up properly, it can really cause a headache. And more importantly, it can waste time, and we really don't have time to waste. So anything that wastes time is definitely a no-no right now. Okay, so there is a finished panel. Just need to do the anchor point for that panel. Into a group, and then set our axes again. That's definitely the plan's effort. Every part of the ship should be designed around crew comfort and making sure that the crew is catered for. This is a long journey they'll be taking, being a long way from home for an extended period of time. So it's crucial that the crew have all the comforts of home. This sometimes it completely just loses the axes, so you set them up and it's been perfectly happy with them, and then it just forgets them. That's better. Okay, so this one's going to be ring to wall panel. That's going to be to C deck wall panel X inner. C deck wall panel X inner. Yeah. I continue to find naming conventions challenging. So same as before, we take our existing panel, like so, and then we replace that with our new panel, which will import into the correct folder. Not that one. Just need to fix the messy bolt head. I say messy, that one wasn't too bad. Some of them get really messed up. So we're replacing that with CDEC X all panel Okay, there we are. Then we just need to set the location of the label. Might actually be in the wrong place. I think I'll add a control to this at some point to make that right justified rather than left justified, because like with this one you can line it up and it doesn't matter what text you put on it, it's going to be, you know, left justified. With this also being left justified, the length of text is going to be variable because it's not monospaced, which means it's not going to line up the same at each end. But that's a future problem. That is what I'll do. So that's that one done. We just need a duplicate of that object and then flip it on the Y. And then we need to do the same thing with the label on this one. Try to line them up so that the point of the arrow is between the bolt and the edge there, so I know that they're all roughly in the same place. Right, that's those two done. And of course I've put them on the snap guides level, which the EDEC snap guides level at that. always forgetting to select the right level when I place stuff. It's a thing. Right, put them there. And then we can just copy them across to here. And as if by magic, they snap into place. And the same over here, snap into place. Okie dokie. So these ones we can copy down to the deck below, because even though that's a T junction rather than X, a crossroads, the inner edge, thanks to consistency, uses the same mesh. I've also thought ahead and basically created a uniform edge point here, so it doesn't matter how many wall panels we have between this point and this point, that edge is always going to be in the same place, again just for consistency and making it easy to copy paste things. So we go to DDeck interior walls, copy those guys down like so, fix the labels and change the deck there, and then the same for EDeck. We copy it down, change that to EDeck, update the label positions, and jobs are good. Gotta love being able to copy paste stuff. That's like 6 years of mistakes that brought me to that position, Zephyr. When you make as many mistakes as I do, you get good at fixing them. Yeah, I mean we could easily put decals on these panels. That wouldn't be a challenge at all. So things like graffiti, definitely doable. Wow, I started working in Unreal Engine, God, around about 2017-ish. Around about then. It was roughly about when I was made redundant. Because I was building the Enterprise refit at the time. In fact, I can probably check. Hang on, I'm just looking on my YouTube channel. When did I first upload? So part 1 of my Enterprise refit video was 6 years ago. Doesn't say exactly when, but yeah, 6 years ago. So yeah, I've probably been working directly in Unreal, like properly, for about 7 years. And yeah, I guess, you know, to make a game, there are many disciplines that you need to be able to do. If you're a solo dev, and you're having to do everything yourself, then it's literally everything that goes into making a game. So you need to know the modeling, you need to know the coding, you need to know the engine itself and how the engine works. Right down to knowing the difference between a game state to a player controller, and these are things that in Unreal Engine's case are specific to Unreal Engine. So there's lots of different things you need to learn. There are still things that I really don't know and I'm not very good at. Things like character animation, animation blueprints, and anything animation related really. I have had like zero experience with, so I shall be paying other people to do that. I think the other thing with that as well is that being able to do something and being able to do it properly are two different things. Like with modeling, I mean, these days, like Nanite makes it less necessary to have really, really tight geometry, because you can get away with a few extra polygons where you don't need them. But I guess when you're modeling, you start off modeling geometry, and you get the hang of modeling geometry, and you know your way around the modeling tools. But then you've got things like UVs and normals, and understanding how normals come into play in a game engine. And there are layers of knowledge in any particular discipline that you need to school yourself on to be a good developer. Otherwise, the things you're making just don't work properly. Yeah, exactly, CSI. And then you have things like this. Funny enough, we're right in front of. Like, Nanite doesn't like something about the geometry of this mesh, and it's going to be a geometry issue at the end of the day. Oops. I'll probably fix it by squaring off this corner in terms of the actual geometry, because this is an n-gon, so it's not a polygon or a chord, it's literally an n-gon. So that gets auto triangulated when you export as an object. So the auto triangulation of this face will be what caused this little problem here. So I just need to go into that mesh and make the geometry cleaner, basically. Yeah, the best advice I can give people is just have fun with it. Don't be scared of making mistakes, and just have fun. I started off doing this as a hobby, so for me, it's always just been something I did for a laugh. It entertained me in the evenings. It was a challenge. I like challenges. I've always loved programming since I was like 5 years old. So yeah, it's just do it because you enjoy it, and learn from screwing things up. And I think that's one of the biggest things is don't be scared to screw something up, because you learn from that, and you learn by fixing it. And I find I learn probably the most by fixing things that I've broken. And and learn the reason why. Don't just learn how to do something, learn why it works the way it works. Yeah, absolutely. Just set yourself a challenge. Like today I'm going to model a spoon, and then set about modeling yourself a spoon, and then you'd be surprised at what you can accomplish. Oh yeah, there are an absolute wealth of tutorials on YouTube. I'm always hitting YouTube don't know how to do something, or I've forgotten how to do something. Unreal Engine in particular has some good documentation, so I'd highly recommend reading through that. Right, I'm waffling. What are we doing? Right, let's do this one next. Of course, that's the other aspect of game dev, is that it's not always glamorous. So, like here with me making wall panels, some might say that's repetitive and boring, and they'd be right, because it is. There's a lot of stuff I'd rather be doing right now than churning out wall panels, but it's one of those things where it's a necessary job, it needs doing, and as a solo dev, I just gotta suck it up and get on with it. Why is that not lining up there? Interesting. Yeah, and then you deal with problems like that, which for no apparent reason, that was all split up. Sake of a smoother edge, I'll just go straight across there. Yeah, very true. It's and there's definitely a skill to that as well. So, from a business sense, obviously, being a manager in a business, you need to learn how to delegate. And I was notoriously not very good at delegating. That's kind of one of my worst attributes is the inability to delegate. And I think that's part of my perfectionism side. It's not that I don't trust people, it's just I'd rather do it myself. But it does, it definitely leads to things not getting done quickly enough. What I'd really like, actually, is given that a lot of what I do here is repetitive actions, so making this wall panel is no different to making this wall panel. I'm going through the same motions. Now obviously the geometry is different, the angle's different, the length is different, but the general gist of it is the same. So surely that can be scripted. We shouldn't have a human being wasting their time doing this. But because of the variables involved and the fact that each one is different and unique, it's difficult to script. But then, again, is it? Because I am going through the same motions time after time, so surely that's the kind of thing that's begging to be scripted. How nice would it be if I could just provide a path like that and say, right, give me a wall panel that matches that path and just have it spit one out? How much time would that save? That'd be amazing. So on that note, if anyone knows how to do that, please let me know. I will throw money at you. So what I am doing, I am using an extrusion along a path. I mean, SketchUp calls it the follow me tool, but basically you're extruding along a path. So you start off with a face, the shape you want the path to be, and it will just extrude that face, whatever shape that is, along the path that you provide, which is fine. But obviously I'm doing it in a layered approach here. And I'm also rounding off edges and doing various other bits and pieces as well, including cutting holes for bolts and placing bolts. So there is a bit more to it than just simple extrusions. I always move that 5.5 centimeters consistently every single time. So again, that's scriptable. I always add a 0.4 centimeter chamfer on the edge. That's scriptable. I always use a 3 centimeter gap there. Yeah, a Python script would probably do it. I did experiment with that with SketchUp because it does have Python support, and I made a couple of extra buttons that I could do various bits with. But when I updated to the next version of SketchUp, for some reason it deleted all my code, which was nice of it. We're going to have a small challenge here actually, because we don't have corridor bracing available on this edge in order to line up the bolts. Obviously those ones are pre-positioned, but these ones are not. So do I very quickly add that in, or do I just use the template? some over on this side I can borrow. It's the downside to building a ship in pieces. Obviously I don't need to carry this geometry all the way through here because yeah, this is copy pasted, so I export it from there and copy paste it in Engine, so the SketchUp file doesn't have the complete ship. It doesn't need to have the complete ship because it doesn't need the duplicated geometry. But when you're making something like that there, then that does create a bit of a hassle. I'll just use the other template and steal it from there instead. We have the technology. So I steal those ones, pop them on there, get rid of them, delete that template, then problem solved. That's just one of the tanks from FDeck/GDeck. Again, this is back when I exported things from the world origin instead of exporting them from their actual position on the ship, and before I learned how to do that. Good example of learning something simple like way too late, having used the software for years, not realizing I could do that. That happens quite a lot. And that's a good point, actually. You know, going back to learning game engines and their various peculiarities, I am constantly learning new things with Unreal. And every day I'll learn something, and it's, you know, over 7 years, that adds up. Absolutely. So what I learned yesterday is that if you go into the editor preferences and you can untick this, so by default it sets the level bounds really small, and if you drag in geometry outside of these bounds, it brings up a little warning message to say geometry is being placed outside of the level bounds when it's not. Unticking this gets rid of that error message. I didn't know that until yesterday. I just lived with the error message and ignored it. Reminds me of a friend I had many years ago. He had an old car, and the engine stop light kept coming on his dashboard, so he'd just thump his dashboard and the light went out, and he'd go like, there we go, problem solved. Alright, fair enough. Who needs a head gasket anyway? That's a good point, yeah. That light keeps flashing. I know, stick something over it, then you can't see it anymore. Funny, it always does this. I don't know what the error is. It's obviously an error in the script, but it always makes this little gap. Most annoying. Okay, that's that pretty much done, and I will borrow the little origin marker from the other one. They are in fact in the same place. Did it remember? Yes, good. So this one would be X outer, because it's the outside edge of the corridor piece, or the bit that's furthest from the core. And I shall make sure I just plop that name into there, just so that we know which one it is. Needs to be cedar interior walls. Right, now we can import it. See, sometimes I type inside and outside, and sometimes I type inner and outer. Such is the inconsistency of my naming conventions. Make sure I'm on the correct level. Okay, we're both on C deck. We've got a blank label. Both on the right height. All good. Save all that a minute. And so now all we need to do is, again, just copy it all around. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Don't think I did the labels on that last two. It's nice doing it like this because, you know, as you're dragging the pieces around, you know, you're slowly seeing the corridors come together piece by piece, which is nice to see. So I think I forgot to save the position of the text render. That's no good. Just, oh, that one's all right. That one isn't. Okay. I'll just copy the other one. It's little mistakes like this that cost time. Oh, hang on. What happened there? Oh, you pressed the wrong button. Fixed. Right, so now we've done that, we can just copy them down to the other levels. The simple reason for that, Kaji, the reason these aren't one object is because every single wall panel is damageable independently and removable independently. I haven't done it to these particular panels here, but that will have a hole there and there will be cables and things running through this cavity. So like where you have this cavity with the insulation and everything, there will be cable brackets and pipe brackets, and there'll be utilities running through here. So each and every one of these needs to be removable. And during a firefight or any other kind of damage, each one of these objects can receive independent damage and display independent damage. You know, it could be burning, it could be smashed, there could be lots of things that could be going on with it. And the same for the individual floor pieces as well. And not just that, but like dirt and grime. So, you know, we've already demonstrated the dirt and grime system on B-Deck. But that applies to wall panels as well, so they will sort of, you know, grunge up over time. Oh, tonight, Scotty. So Claire had my SIM card. So with Steamworks, you are unable to put out a build on the default branch without answering a text message to get a code. And there doesn't seem to be any way of turning that off or making it use emails instead. It has to send a text message. So, of course, Claire had my SIM card and she wasn't here, so I couldn't put a build out last night because I didn't have my SIM card. Nightmare. Right, so those ones, not those ones, those ones, not them, them, not them, and them. That should be all of them. Yep. Right, so all of these get copy pasted down. There. And they are on DDEC. And then we do the same thing to EDEC. So EDEC, interior walls, copy them down, set the visibility to EDEC, fix the labels, and we're good to go. And just like that, we're editing 3 decks at once. Right, so we need to make a T-junction facing that way, and a T-junction facing that way. So there's 2 meshes there. I need to have a think about whether or not we're definitely going with 3 door and 3. I guess we have to, really. Yeah, not really an option there, to be honest. I'm trying to keep the wall panels as close as possible to 2.5 meters. I mean, yeah, even 2.5 meters is massive for a wall panel. I mean, my desk is like 1.4 meters, and that's like full arm length of size. So it's like 2 and a bit. Well, yeah, 1.5 or so of my desks wide, and that's just massive for human scale wall panels. Like these panels here, like a human couldn't put their hands like from there to there. It's way too wide. So realistically, these panels are way too big. And on the next ship that we build, they will be properly scaled, human scale. And it's little things like, this panel wouldn't fit through that door, and that's immediately a problem. So, yeah, we don't have an explanation for that in the lore other than that they're bendy. Right, so I guess the next thing we'll do is we'll do the snap guides for the corridor ring, and then maybe slap down some floor panels. So for that we need CDEC snap guides, and I think, if memory serves, I've already got them exported, so that can save us some hassle. So that would be ring 2, 7 segments, I believe. Hang on, let's have a look. So that's minus 650. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Okay, and then we just need to, I think, mirror that. That should. No. Yeah, so the inverse of that fills that gap, and they line up exactly. So with those in place, all we need to do now is just rotate them around. So if we turn snapping back on, go bosh, bosh, and bosh. There we have a corridor ring, and I missed one. To make sure that we don't have any silly little floating point issues like this. I don't know why it does that, to be perfectly honest, because it's not like we're far from the world origin, and the world origin's literally there, and as soon as we move something, it starts developing floating point errors like this. It is weird. Right, so that all looks good. So this should be a fairly straightforward floor panel now. Yeah, I think some of that area is better now. It's this section around here, because before we didn't have this outer bit, so this particular maintenance tunnel was only like half done. So the only place you can fall out now is around here. So if you jump off this bit, you can fall through. If you stick to the maintenance tunnel, you should be all right. Although there aren't any railings, so don't walk through the railings. That is on the to-do list for the demo update. Right, save all of that. Stiff neck now. How long's it been? Just coming up to 2.5 hours. Let's see if I can stretch it another hour. That one is done. Just make sure I put collisions on that one. Yes, I did. You're done. Good. And you're good as well. Great. Okay, next. Yeah, so some of these sections need setting up with a bulkhead. To be honest, that one is already the right size, so if we copy that, get rid of that and that, then rotate that 90 degrees. Perfect. Hey Archer. I had a shower not long before coming on stream, so it kind of fluffed up a bit, although it's going to go flat. Hang on. Oh no, it's really staticky. I just go with the Mad Professor look. I don't have a lot of hair left, so I just kind of let it do its thing. I'm glad you think so. A lot of people ask, where are the bulkheads on the ship? So I have been making an effort to add more. So we've got like bulkhead, there. So there are now, at least on the sea deck, there are bulkheads everywhere. So it's pretty well compression proof, or decompression proof rather. I need to do similar on D deck. I need to balance that out with where the doors are to the cabins. Hey David, welcome. So the Sandbox version of the game is, I suppose, comparable to Microsoft Flight Simulator in that you kind of make your own entertainment. That said, we want the galaxy itself to kind of provide you with things to do. So whilst you're out, well, I guess whilst you're navigating the ship from A to B, there will be things that need doing aboard the ship. It needs fuel, it needs maintenance. There are all those bits and pieces that any piece of technology will need in order to keep running. So you've got the ongoing maintenance side of things. When you get to a star system and you start exploring that star system, then there will be things there that generate content. So there could be a hostile alien race. There could be some kind of phenomenon that affects the ship in some way. So as you're just freely exploring the galaxy, you will be running into things that generate content. So the general idea is that star systems are where content happens. So if you're pottering around between stars, you'll probably not encounter very much at all. But when you go to a star system, then we want there to be something to find and something to do, and hopefully something that presents a unique challenge to the ship. Obviously the biggest challenge for us is making sure that there's always something new and interesting to discover, because having played space sims myself for many years, I've got thousands and thousands of hours exploring in Elite. The galaxy gets old. You've seen it all, you've done it all. There's only so many times you can see the same rock. So we want to make sure that we, even though a lot of planets will be barren, we want to make sure that they have at least some interesting geology that you haven't seen before, or some kind of interestingly shaped rock which you've not seen before. Just something that's new and different on every planet. And we'll use procedural mesh generation to do that. Hopefully that answers the question. There will eventually be a campaign DLC. and that will very much just be a narrative story experience that will focus on you as a crew member, in whatever role you've chosen, working your way up through the ranks and having a career in the UN space fleet. And that will be a single player, very much you focused experience, whereas the Sandbox is just go out there and explore, see what you can find. Yeah, eventually we'll have cargo and trade. The third expansion that we have planned is basically you owning and running your own shipping company, and that is very much going to be about trade. So we want you to start off like if you've seen Only Fools and Horses in the UK, you start off as a bit of a Del Boy with your Robin reliant van, just pootling around the Sol system, trading, with a non-FTL vessel at that. And through building up your shipping company, obviously you buy bigger and better ships, and you get to the point where you can start trading FTL with other systems. New human colonies will be made, and you'll be trading with those and helping those grow. And that will involve smuggling as well. So there will be legal and non-legal ways of growing your company. I'm really looking forward to that expansion. I think that's going to be really cool. But that is the third one in the list that we have planned. Yeah, exactly. I'm also really looking forward to the Stargate universe inspired expansion that I have planned, where you are trapped on a derelict alien spacecraft, like a massive alien spacecraft, and you're having to drag that old ancient ship all the way back home to Earth to survive. So that's going to be a survival / puzzle experience where a lot of the gameplay is going to evolve around trying to figure this ship out, figure out how it works, figure out how to fly it, figure out how to repair things when they break. I think that's going to be really exciting as well. We've got lots of things planned, which I'm really, really looking forward to making, and just not enough hours in the day. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know is the honest answer. I guess it's a very open-ended thing, because like with Elite Dangerous, for example, in Elite you buy, sell, trade, upgrade, keep going ad infinitum. It really depends on how many ships you want to upgrade through and how much money you want to make. So there isn't really a time limit on that in terms of hours worth of gameplay, because it's a lot more of an open-ended experience. The same with dragging an ancient alien ship home to Earth. Really, that depends on how far from Earth you are. So it's difficult to put a time frame on it. I think maybe we can have some variables to that so people can choose how long that journey is going to be. So the alien spacecraft dragging it home back to Earth will definitely be a non-story driven Sandbox DLC, so that'll be very much multiplayer compatible. Really it depends on how you want to play it, because the story campaign is going to be single player, because the story campaign focuses on you as an individual aboard the ship. So the first DLC is the story of the Pathfinder class. It's the humanity's first deep space exploration mission. You are a crew member on that mission, and it's about your story as an individual on that ship. The mechanics we have planned for that don't really gel well with multiplayer. That said, the ship, the races that we make for that, and all of the background content will be available in the sandbox as well. So you can still do all of that stuff in multiplayer, just without the narrative experience. So, those same races will be in the galaxy doing the same things, if that makes sense. I think the biggest difference is that in the narrative experience, you are how best to explain that? I guess you're living your life aboard the ship in a very realistic way, in that you have to go to sleep at the end of the day in your crew quarters, and when you wake up in the morning, you have to go to your duty shift. It's all going to be very much a simulation of living and working in space. It's not going to have that free-form sandboxiness that the sandbox itself has. So again, it's not really something that works well in multiplayer. Yeah, we'll have to see. It's the problem we have with the single player campaign, again, is because it's a narrative experience, and because it's about playing through the story from different perspectives. So one of the things that excites us most about that is the fact that you can play through the same story as the captain of the ship, but then you can replay that same story as just a janitor, and you can see the same events occurring from the perspective of a different crew member. So you're seeing those events play out in the background. If you're just a janitor cleaning the ship, you'll see the same conversations taking place, the same events happening outside the ship, but you're not directly involved, which I think is quite cool. Yeah, there'll be a lot of Babylon 5 vibes in the game. I haven't been shy about the fact that Babylon 5 is very much my favourite sci-fi in terms of story and characters, and the way that alien races are portrayed. So the way we portray alien races and their presence in the galaxy and how they operate as a species is very much Babylon 5 style, as opposed to Star Trek or Star Wars. It's definitely when it comes to ancient races. I'm a big fan of how the ancients are handled in Babylon 5, like the first ones. I think that's a very realistic take on how old races would be. To a lesser or greater extent, depending on where you are, Celtic, yes. To be honest, when we were building the Orville, one of the things I insisted upon was the wave test, and that is the ability to wave at a crew member through a window from opposing sides of that window. And I very much wanted that as part of the experience. Hang on, I think these objects have become ungrouped. Hang on, I'll get back to your question in a sec. I'm just fixing a problem with this. Right, that's the group. That's the component. Right. Yeah, so the wave test. Now, when you get in a shuttle and you fly away from the ship in a shuttle, then you are seeing a proxy of the main vessel out of the window. So it's not the actual physical ship interior you're seeing, because the shuttle interior is going to be a static environment the same way that the main ship is a static environment. So when you enter that shuttle, you're actually going through a seamless portal to a static environment. And then what you see outside of the shuttle windows is all proxies for the actual main ship interior, which means we will have a proxy of the Magellan class, which will have a fairly built out shuttle bay, same as the main ship. And anywhere there's a window, we'll have a room behind that window that looks the same. Obviously, the whole rest of the ship interior won't be there. It's just a flying proxy. And then what we'll do is we'll have basically knowledge of where players are relative to the origin point of that vessel. And then we'll have proxies for those players that are in those locations. So as you're moving around the ship, a little proxy you will be moving around the proxy vessel in the same way. And that's really the best way of handling that whilst keeping the interior static. If you just exit the airlock and you're walking around on the outer hull, then what you're seeing is one-to-one real, because you haven't actually left the ship. And that's the same thing will be true for space stations and anything else. It's all about making the proxies as close to reality as possible so that you can't tell the difference. So if your character jumps, then the little proxy character will jump accordingly, and so on. If that makes sense. Yeah, exactly that. So a lot of game dev is smoke and mirrors, and it's about making those smoke and mirrors as believable as possible. So the server still tracks where the pawns are within the game engine, and that remains server authoritative as well. But the game will basically be tracking the XYZ coordinates relative to the center of the bridge. So the exact middle of the bridge carpet is the world origin point. And to be honest, I regret putting it there. I wish I'd put it at the center of mass instead, but that's another problem. But the center of the bridge is the world origin. So in terms of the actual position of your player, your XYZ coordinates are relative to the middle of the bridge. So as long as we offset the proxy characters to the middle of the proxy bridge, then you are in the same place. Now obviously we can't update that at 60 frames a second, because that's going to be a lot of network traffic and a lot of unnecessary overhead. So the little proxy people will probably update at 30 FPS or less, just to keep it believable. And the further you are from them, the lower the update rate will be. So it will have distance-based throttling on the update of positions. So, you know, when you're really, really far away, you'll see the person in the window, but, you know, you'll be a little bit jittery because of the low update rates. But yeah, it's the only really real solution we have to be able to render a proxy vessel and still be able to see people moving around inside. Because one of the coolest things is just seeing people walking past windows and things. It really solidifies the physicality of the vessel. You know, this is a real ship with real people walking around, and you lose that if you just make the windows white. Although we have done that for distance on the Magellan class, it's already doing that on some of the windows. As you zoom away from the ship, the windows fade to white, so they're just like a white plane. And we will do similar for the proxy vessel as well. So all of that wave test proxy stuff is only going to work when you're actually close enough for it to matter. When you're far away, they'll just be white windows. And the same will be true for stations and other ships and, you know, everything else as well. I guess that's one of the challenges we're going to have with the adding of shuttles to the game, because it's not just adding shuttles to the game, it's also having to build out those proxy systems as well. It's never just one thing. There's always a whole mess of other things that also need to get done at the same time. Yeah, it's not really a lot of work in the sense of there being a lot to do. It's more about just thinking outside of the box. You know, a lot of the things we do is just problem solving. You know, game dev is often just an engineering problem. It's like you want to be able to do a thing. So what is the best way of accomplishing that thing in the most performant way possible? And for me, that's the allure of game dev that I love so very much. It's that puzzle solving, that, you know, seeing a challenge, having an engineering problem, and then solving that problem through, you know, clever tricks and smoke and mirrors. Yeah, you know, that's what I'm in it for. I love that. Yeah, for sure. Well, one of the things I want to implement fairly soon is the beginnings of some gunplay aboard the ship, because we want to be able to demonstrate the ability to smash stuff, essentially. So all the floor panels, the wall panels, all of it needs to be breakable, and to demonstrate the ability to repair it, we need to be able to break it. So, and that holds true for the engineering systems as well. So, like right now, if you broke any of the pipes and cables around the ship, they would genuinely stop working. But we don't have a way of breaking them right now. We have no guns. We did have originally, but it looked cheaty, so we took it out. And the code is still there in the NPCs to be able to go around and fix stuff. So I really want to get to the point where we've got that back in the demo, so that you can run around with a gun just shooting out lights and things. Do I have an example? Hang on, I might even have an example of that. Hang on, bear with. Do I have that? And if I do, what account would it be on? Here we go. Right, so this is just an example of the damage system that we had originally. It's a very old version of the ship. So you can see that I've shot the panel once and it's now kind of half broke, and they're sort of glitching and flashing, and then if you shoot them more, then they'll be fully broken. So just demonstrating the ability for those panels to lose health and break accordingly. So those systems that I wrote to do that are actually still in the game. That all still works. It's just all like not actually usable right now because simply we don't have a gun. But that is how it's going to work. And the same will be true, obviously for the floors and the walls and everything. So you'll be able to run around the ship like a maniac, just like destroying everything, and the NPC engineers will do their best to try and follow you and fix everything again, but we want to be able to give obviously players the ability to fix it before we implement the ability to break it. So a repair tool will come at the same time as the gun, in addition to the ability to respawn. That's true, actually. Yeah, we had dangly cables and all sorts, didn't we? I don't think I've got any other examples of that. No, I don't. But yeah, so that's what it looks like. So. Yeah, the NPC repair dance was hilarious. Hey Maury, yeah, it's absolutely what we're doing here is not about violence and combat. That's not the game we're making. We're making a space exploration game. That's not to say that the game won't have violence and combat, but that's not the point of the game. That's generally speaking a failure of diplomacy, if something like that happens. And depending on what setting you choose to play at, we're going to make it so that if you want to play the game on like a non-violent mode, then any aggressive ship that might attack you will give you some kind of warning and give you the option to flee before attacking your ship. Obviously, if you're playing on standard mode, they won't give you a warning. They will just open fire on you. But that's the best way of retaining the danger of the galaxy and of exploring, and dealing with the fact that there will be hostile aliens out there, whilst giving people that don't want that kind of experience a means of avoiding combat if they need to. It's more just the weapon system in Assi and the fact that we didn't have a reliable respawn system for players. Obviously, when you give players a gun, certain things happen, one of which is everyone on the bridge is dead. Guaranteed every single time. So, there's a responsibility of giving people weaponry in the game, and we need to make sure that we have server settings for being able to turn off friendly fire and all that sort of thing. So a lot of stuff needs to come along at the same time as adding weapons to make sure that the experience is good for everybody. That's 4 panels. 4 panels. Where am I putting that? 4 panels. Yeah. That one. Have I not set up the snap points yet? Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you don't have sockets. Right, let's have a look a minute. No, I haven't. Right, so we need to add sockets to this so that we can do the snappage. Yeah, I exported all of the snap guide geometry, but I hadn't actually got around to setting up the sockets yet, typically. So we need to add a socket. These are easy enough to sort out. We just need to, if I turn that off a minute, and then turn that on. So it's those ones we're doing. Just wondering why that one existed. It's just I think that's one of the engineering ones, because there's no middle bit on the engineering one. Right, so it's these that we need to do. So we need to add all 7 of these locations, which is an easy enough job. I just need to witter onto myself a minute. 2244078. Okay, 2244078. 1756877. Okay, and then we just do the angle, which is offset from there, which is 38057. 38.057. Right, which, so sometimes you have to invert the values, that'd be minus. And then we duplicate that and make sure we have also one facing the other way. Right, that's our first socket, which means one of these will snap. Was it this end or was it the other end? Must have been this end. Yeah, that one snaps. And as is typical, I'm on the wrong level, so let's just put these on the right level. Right, so it will snap there. There and there. Basically, I just need to go through all of these one by one, adding the snap points. But again, because of the joy of copy paste, I'm only having to add 7 sockets. And those 7 sockets serve the entirety of this ring. So it's not the nightmare task it may first appear. That one for a minute. And that one. Okay, next. You know, the funny thing with the cooking gameplay, and I know this is going to sound stupid, but my daughter was showing me, I think it was Hello Kitty Cafe on Roblox. So we're talking, you know, a stupid little Roblox game, but the characters were sat there eating, and as they were eating, the food was like disappearing from the plate in pieces, like they were actually eating the food off the plate. And I was looking at that and thinking, oh my god, for a Roblox game, that's really cool. So I was like, yoink, we need to do that too. But there's a game Claire was playing, which was, what was it? I think it's called like Fast Food Simulator, something like that. Basically, you're working in a fast food restaurant. You know, in multiplayer, it's amazing. You've got some people frying burgers and some people like making the buns, and it's such a one-to-one relationship between the player actions and producing the food. And granted, it's just like fry burgers, put them in a bun, put some sauce on it, but you know, it was such a physical experience, and that's what we're after. So that's a great example of the sort of gameplay we're going to have for the cooking side of things. We want it to be physical. So, you know, you print out your 3D printed facsimile of a burger patty. You put that on the griddle. It will brown up, and you know, you'll be able to see, you know, percentage of cooked. And you know, if you're under or over the perfect cook amount, That will affect the quality, that will affect how much the NPC enjoys the food, which will directly affect their mood. So, you know, all these little things will tie together. But we want it to be really, really physical and one-to-one with all of the cooking, no matter what you do. We don't want it to just be, you know, press button, food comes out, you know, nothing like that at all. Oh wow, really? How long was she in there before she climbed out the window? And am I coming round after the stream to sort it out? Oh geez. Did you not hear her or something? Uh, 2393-687. 2393-687. No. Not a cat, sadly. A 15-year-old girl. 1546855. Oh, I've forgotten the second number. 1546855. And the angle 32871. These anchor points are truly a double-edged sword. They are what I love most and also what I love least about doing these ship interiors. They make life so easy for building the ship interior. You know, without it, positioning things in Unreal can be a nightmare. Very fiddly, lots of manual positioning. But you know, having to set up the sockets beforehand is just an absolute ball ache, and I hate it. But one of them things, you just gotta get over it. Yeah, that was going to be my question. Why does she keep locking the door that she knows gets stuck? Considering it's an ensuite bathroom and not used by anyone else. One 324-172. You're going to have to bear with me reading these things out loud because otherwise I will forget the numbers. 27686. 2633057. 1090648. $22.5. This one is going to need a couple of custom pieces, but for now I'll just stick just a single panel in there. I still can't believe she managed to climb out the window without you hearing her. Well, I did mention earlier that I would replace the lock. Yeah, that lock is dangerous. Although if I was to get stuck somewhere, I'd rather get stuck somewhere that has a toilet. I mean, that's getting stuck with style. Two 720-857. Yeah, I have an irrational fear of getting stuck in a lift and needing a wheel or something. Yeah, 17314. I'm really not looking forward to doing the snap guide that has like 15 sockets on it. I'm going to leave that as long as possible before I do that one. It's true, actually. Yeah, that's a good engineering failure. Someone stuck in the lift. Two 786-384. unlucky must you be to get stuck in 3 lifts? Or do you just take lifts that often that you've beaten the odds? Uh, 2829102. Four 503. $6.943. Okay, yay for that being over with. For now. It's so nice to see some actual floors and walls again. I've been missing them. Ah, yes, thank you, AJ. Where I used to work, managing a cleaning team, we had a really, really small lift, and it was basically one of those things that got installed for, ticking the box on accessibility. So it would fit a wheelchair and a person and pretty much nothing else. And there were a few times I was in there with 2 or 3 people, and you're all crammed in like this in this tiny little lift. And I'm thinking, God, please don't break down, because this would be awful. You literally couldn't lay on the floor. It was so small. Oh, that's a win to care. Tis, yes, I agree. Okay, so I will re-export these so that they have their bulkhead geometry added. In fact, I may as well do that now. So, right, so what do we have? We've got... Okay, so for a start, that would be worth copying across. So let's take a copy of that. Get rid of all of that, and that, and that. Okay. Needed to get the braces. That's what I get. Yeah, these bits here are really awkwardly large. I know I spoke earlier about the mentalness of how wide some of these panels are, but this one was just taking the mickey. So I've split it up, so you've got the 250 middle section, so that's 2.5 meters from there to there. And then I've just got a blank panel either side. It's the only thing I could think of really to make this make sense, because otherwise it would just be like a panel that is ridiculously large. to recopy those two braces there, because I deleted them from there when I shouldn't have done. Okay, so the reason I left this bit blank is because I was labouring over the size of these panels. So in this particular section, because this is such a tight curve, the disparity between that panel and this panel is huge. Like on a an outer section here, these panels are very similar in size because it's not much of a curve, but that's accentuated to a crazy degree on here, which means these panels, and this is also a problem on FDeck as well, they are almost 3.5 meters wide, and that is a massive panel. I don't want to split them because that kind of goes against the idea of having it segmented. So really I've got two possible options. Either, if I want an odd number of panels, I'm going to have to go with 7 panels, which means they get quite small. And then the question is, can I fit a full-size door frame into 7 segments on here? If I can, that's the solution. If I can't, then I might need to come up with some other idea for this. Because obviously the idea of having 5 panels is that we have the door in the middle, and having the door in the middle is just a nice clean way of placing a door. But if I had 6 panels, then the door would have to be offset to one side, which isn't quite as nice. I don't like the feng shui of that. But I'll keep going with these and keep mulling over that problem. Yes, eventually, Celtic, they will. So every crew member is wearing an AR headset, which, as I've spoken about in the past, it's just like one of Bluetooth headset things above the ear. So on the character model, you will see like a little Bluetooth headset thing here that projects like an AR screen in front of the eyes, which is basically the HUD that you see in game. So the HUD is projected from your little headset, and it will connect with any device that you pick up. So if you pick up a weapon, then the ammo remaining, for example, would be on the HUD from your little thing that's connected to it via Bluetooth. When it comes to things like wall screens, I want the ability to be able to say, right, take me to this room, and it will draw a path on the floor in AR using your headset. So you'll have like a little dotted line that you can follow that's projected for you. And then obviously only you can see that, other players wouldn't see it. It solves the problem, and it's within the scope of what is realistic. I suppose... yeah, let's... needs stuff adding, doesn't it? Right, let's do this T-junction, because that basically then finishes that whole ring in terms of flooring, and then we can do the plain wall panels. Although I will need to, obviously right now the framework is just framework. Some of these need to be windows and a couple need to be doors. I just need to work out where exactly I'm putting them. I mean, we could put a door either side of the bulkhead. Well, that's not particularly secure. So if the bulkheads exist for security purposes as much as dealing with decompression, then what you don't want is a situation where you can avoid the bulkhead by going into a lab and out the other door. So that's not really great security. So maybe we'll have the doors on this side. I'm just thinking about the most efficient flow of crew traffic. The bulk of the crew are going to be coming up probably the side stairwells, I would have thought, based on where the bulk of the habitable area is. And if we think about the layout of D-Deck, so let's just, E-Deck is probably a better example. Let's just bring that up a sec. Actually, no, we will go with D-Deck. So if this is the main crew mess here, so the bulk of the science crew will come out of their crew quarters, they'll make their way to the mess, they'll have their breakfast or whatever, and then now they need to get to their office, so they're on their way to their lab where they work. So the question then becomes, what is the most efficient route by foot to get to the lab? And given that we've provided a ring road, that is probably the most efficient way. So they'd walk down here, be greeted with one of the big spiral staircases. They'd come up that and then be on their way to their lab. So from that perspective, it makes sense to have the doors on this side of the bulkheads. Obviously that's only really relevant to the offices that are immediately adjacent to the stairwells. These are all things that you've got to think about. Yes. Now, I don't want to add doors in the straight corridors. I've consciously made the decision to keep these corridors literally as just joining space, joining links between rings, and they've got the bulkhead on them anyway. So I'm going to leave those door and windowless across the whole ship. So all of the doors and windows are going to be on the curves. Yes, VR will be fully integrated, and I'll be working on VR as soon as the demo's out. The very next thing I'm working on. And yes, there will be an elevator running up the center of the spiral staircase. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have like a planter, or even better, a fish tank, like a big circular fish tank going up the middle, with the staircase wrapped around it, which would look cool. But for practicality sense, like the only crew lift we have is this one, and having that as the only lift is a bit stupid, really. So we'll have a crew lift either side, and that will go from E deck up to C deck, and we'll have a cargo lift at the back, here somewhere as well. So as much as I call this the main stairwell, to be perfectly honest, these are becoming the main stairwells in terms of crew, at least the science crew, getting to and from work. And given that this is a science vessel, that is the bulk of the crew that will be coming up here to work in the labs. But this is what I love about doing this. It's about, we're not just building a starship to look cool in a game. We're building a starship to be functional as an actual vessel that performs an actual job with people that have actual jobs and roles aboard the ship. We're going through the effort of thinking about those questions. How people do get from their crew. How do they get from their crew quarters to have breakfast and then get to their place of work? What paths are they taking? Do we have bottlenecks where crew are all getting bunched up together? We need to think about human footfall and how that works aboard the vessel. Yeah, I think central stairwell, I think that works best. Yeah, almost. It's almost like it's a simulator. Yeah, other types of vessels. So the next big ship that I build is essentially this again, but more so. So it's going to be slightly bigger, I would have thought, slicker, more streamlined, and generally laid out in a more sensible way. The idea is that the Pathfinder class is the ship that gets built based on the lessons learned from the Magellan class. So it's this with knobs on. That aside, the very next ship I'll be building after that is going to be a carrier class military vessel. So that's going to be, an aircraft carrier in space. It's going to be a military vessel with military considerations. It's going to have, its own wing of fighter craft, and the whole point of that vessel is to serve as a platform of operations for military missions as part of a war which will take place in the second expansion. Yeah, that makes sense, Festus. Yeah, exactly. So there'll be two types of aliens within the game. The handcrafted aliens are like the hero races, and they will have handcrafted ships. So the hero races will have ships with interiors that you can board and fly and use as a vessel. So ultimately we want to make sure that anything we build for a hero race, the player can use as a vessel if they want to use that to explore the galaxy. When it comes to the procedural aliens, the ones you just encounter out there in space, then that's all going to be proc gen. So a lot of their vessels will be kit bashed, but they'll be kit bashed with a rule set behind it. So we're not just cobbling arbitrary pieces together. There will be a set chassis, and that will have various attachment options, and all of those will be based on style libraries. So we can have like a steampunk style, or we can have an organic style. So it will never mix and match steampunk with organic. It will stick to its style libraries. Yeah, the carrier one's going to be good. Obviously heavily inspired by Battlestar Galactica, I expect. With a bit of Star Destroyer. I think take a Star Destroyer and take Battlestar Galactica and kind of squish them together a bit. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, definitely, Devon. It'll be with the first two ships being 100% science and exploration focused, shifting gear into a pure military vessel, that's going to be a very different experience in terms of how that's built and everything, and much more research required on my part. Yeah, I will try and see if I can actually get some time aboard an aircraft carrier in the UK. Hopefully someone knows someone who can speak to someone who can get me an hour aboard an aircraft carrier to mooch around and have a look at how things work. Yeah, for sure. To be honest, quite a few people in the community are either active or were active sailors on aircraft carriers. So that's really good. It's a great knowledge base to have in the community. Having that real world experience to fall back on is, yeah, very, very useful. I will try and remember what I was doing, honest. Right, Ring 1, CDEC framework. This is the forward section, so that would be 4 walls. Yeah, submarines are a great source of inspiration for sure, and it's nice because you're, with a space-based carrier, you're basically making a submarine version of an aircraft carrier, which is an interesting challenge in itself. CDEC framework rules. That one. Okay, and then this one. Great, so there's our bulkhead lines. Did I actually do any lights for this area? Oh, I did. Good. That one next, I reckon. That just finishes that corridor, removes the hole. Yeah, indeed it could. So that one was 4.5 in the wrong place. Get rid of that. Put that one there. Should line up with that one. Same on this side. Hole in the geometry somewhere. And it would be there. To be honest, I might as well take this opportunity to do the old 6 centimeter perpendicular bit. Okay, and then we just need our hole guides, which I bet I deleted like some kind of an imbecile. Oh no, there they are. I need 2 there and 1 there. So you and you. Explode. Grab that. Get rid of the rest of it. Same on this side. Get rid of all of that. And that. Grab them, plop them down there, make sure that they went in properly. Yep, okay. Suppose I better finish this bit too while I'm here. So that's a template brought up to modern standards. Where's my floor bits gone? Right, so we use this one. That was too awkward. Same amount of awkward that side. Alright, so I'll grab that. Say 150. Okay, and now we can delete stuff. Yeah, so no, I did wonder that, given the size of this, because it's huge. But making it 2 separate panels creates a bit of a logistical problem in terms of like where you're bolting it and how it's fitting. So I'm just kind of sucking it up and making a big panel in this instance. The same will be true for the ceiling version of this as well. So the ceiling panel that goes in here is going to be monstrously large. But it's just going to have to be, basically. Yeah, there are definitely ways we could have done that betterer. Yeah, I don't mind big floor panels because, you know, they could be something you could roll up potentially, but yeah, it's not ideal for sure. I'm not happy with these bits for that reason. But I will be addressing this for the next ship, so I'm just going to chalk that up to one of the design choices on the Magellan class, which was less than optimal. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they can't even fit through the doors the size they're at. Okay, which one of you has the problem? So you're fine. You're fine. Oh, I see what it's done. Created a weird face. There we go. It finally figured it out. Oh yeah, it's 20 past midnight. What are we on? Oh, almost our 4-hour point. That would be why my back's hurting. It's taken me 4 hours to drink one bottle. Okay, almost done. Now we just need to place the bolts. No matter which job we're doing, there's always a tedious bit to do. And when it comes to floor and wall panels, it's definitely the bolts that are the tedious bit. Okay. So it just occurs to me, actually, there's going to be two different T's on this ring. So we've got the T facing outward and the T facing inward. So let's make sure I save it accordingly. So C deck, floor, T, outer, yeah. So ring 2, floor panels, T outer. Okay, pop that one there. Right, let's configure this one. Okay, give it some collisions, nice and simple. The fact that the collision mesh doesn't like perfectly line up's not really relevant because there's nothing other than wall here, so it's not going to cause any issues. And the simpler you can make your collision geometry, the better, really. So that's all fine. Okay, there we go. Let's make sure that's snapped properly. Make sure we're on CDEC. Yep, and that says CDEC. Huzzah! We should have a completed ring 2. Right, so all that remains is blank panel, door panel, window panel, bulkhead panel, skinny panel, video screen panel. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 panels to do the inside edge of this ring. And then on the outside, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, 4 separate panels to do the outside edge, and then 6 for the inside edge. So that's 10 more panels, and all of ring 2 will be done. And that's pretty much also true for D and E decks as well, so that's all copy pastable, which is nice. Oh, actually that might be copy pastable too. Let me just do a quick check. Yes it is. So yeah, so that can come down from there. I think that's a crossroads, yeah, so we don't want that one there. But these ones can, so let's do that. So we want to be on D-deck interior walls, and we don't want the framework. So you, and you. Right, D-deck interior walls, copy that down. It did copy, it just let go. There we go. Right, change that to that's irrelevant for now. Change that to D-deck. This is a future thing that I'll be playing with, having more specific deck awareness for various bits and pieces, but it's ignored for now, so it doesn't need to be set. Yeah, so that's that one done, and then we do the same for E-deck. So E-deck interior walls, copy it down, and then change that to E-deck. Okay. Then that needs to be the INI version there. Yeah, I need to have a think about. Hang on, if we bring back DDEC framework, it's like how many crew quarters are we going to fit there? I'm guessing 2. In which case, yeah, I'm going to have to change the panel layout on DDEC, so that can't be the same as CDEC, because we've got 3 crew quarters here and we'll have 2 there. So yeah, that's going to be an awkward one. I mean, we could put a door here maybe, which is a horrible position for a door, but we might have to. We shall see. You're welcome, Festus. And I tell you what, because I think I'm practically done here, so why don't we package this up? So get rid of that a minute. So that's all the new stuff there. So do a save all. Make sure. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that. We don't want to press that. That lags everything. Project settings, that's what I was after. Right, so change that to dev, and then we shall package that into our dev folder. There we go. So now that I have my SIM card back, I can put a build out tonight, so I shall do that once this is packaged. And then you can have a look at all the new geometry. Okay, beer finished. Game packaging. Sounds like a solid point to end the stream. So let us... Actually, I'll leave it on mini-me so you can see the building way in the background. Which I know is terribly exciting. Thank you, Kachi. Oh, hang on, what was that? What was that? That might just be a reload Unreal Engine thing. See, the funny thing is, this error isn't anything to do with the project. This is literally an Unreal Engine error. Let's see whether it packages anyway. I'm doubting that it will, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think it would. Right, okay, so let's just do a save all a minute. Close that. Reopen and try again. Honestly, I've had nothing but issues with shader compiler workers for the past, well, the latter half of 5.4 and for the majority of 5.5. I just have loads and loads of shader issues. Right, I'm not going to touch anything. I'm literally just going to go package. Let's see. Yeah, I'm hoping there's quite a big visual difference between the previous development build and this one. To be honest, I can't even remember how much I got done on the previous one. I know we didn't have like proper stairwell layout or anything like that. In fact, did the previous build even have glass on the stairwell? I can't remember now. These warnings, by the way, are because there is a struct that has some string values that are blank, and it doesn't seem to like that. It needs to have some form of default data in the struct, or it generates a warning. Not quite sure why, but I need to go through and sort that out. Stop all them warnings popping up. I really don't like warnings everywhere on a build. I mean, they don't do anything and they're not really telling you anything drastic, but I just don't like seeing them. There we go, looks like it's building this time. Burn, CPU, burn! The fans are giving it their all. There we go. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That like ain't half bad for a build. But of course, the other thing we have to do is also do the debug version. Hardly anyone uses the debug version, but I put it out there anyway, just to give people the option to run some debug tools if they so desire. They should technically build quicker. Have a good one, Maury. Thank you for watching the stream. So 2 minutes 30 is the time to beat. Can the debug version beat that? Normally it's quicker, so we shall see. Now that I've said that, this is where it will go and recompile every single shader or something. 1 minute 48 seconds, not bad at all. Right then, so I will go ahead and get that uploaded. But now that's done that, let's go for Big Me. Hello. So yeah, I shall put that out now as a build. Give me half an hour to upload and write some notes and everything, and then it'll be on Steam for your downloading pleasure. And with that, I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall see you on Sunday stream. So have a great rest of the week, and I shall see you then. Bye for now.